That should be better. Okay. Let's see. All right, so where did we leave off with this? I need to... this is kind of a not gonna happen in that same way, so we're gonna backlog that. And yeah, so let's go ahead and make sure that our mic, nope, I should have done migrate fresh. That's going to error out. Yep. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Okay, and then now that we've done that, we were working on the seeders for permissions. So let's go ahead and get we can close that for now. Okay. This was yeah, these were my to-dos here. Let's see. I thought I had a plugin for Todoist. Do I not? I could have swore I did. Let's check on that. Maybe it's on my MacBook only. Oh yeah, I don't have it installed. Okay. Did it add a Todoist over here? No. Okay. So I want to go ahead and give myself task with that. Too many freaking options. Okay, let's do it this way because it's probably not even linked yet. Yeah, that's something I will have to get here. Let's see. Not that. Okay. PC for a moment while I do this command. Don't want to accidentally flash that all over the place. That's going to be this guy. Okay. I think we're good on that front. Okay, did it actually create anything? Because that would be awesome if it would just put those in here for me. Kinda seems like it didn't. So, let's go ahead and move this to in progress. And move this to do. Yeah, we've done that one. Oh, that was loud. That was way too loud. Okay. I was hoping that would just add those to Todoist, and maybe it's just I need to look up how to actually use that friggin' plugin. Alright, so we need to dynamically assign these in an efficient way. Right now, it only creates groups, permission groups, and sets based on similar naming conventions. So how could we what was the to-do app I'm using? So that's Todoist. It is a task management app. This is sort of what I'm using in the meantime until we get our in-house one that we're working on finished. It has a web app, so it's multi-platform basically. What I was hoping is there's a plugin for VS Code that lets you add to-do comments, but I've never actually used it, and I was hoping to actually start using it, but it doesn't seem to just immediately work, so I'll have to play with it. But I can manually, this is all stuff I manually put in here. So it yeah, it so if you're going to try to use it with a group of people, it may not be the best option, especially if you're doing it for free. But there is a free tier that you can do. Now I am using a paid tier, but it doesn't well, I mean, I've currently it says it's canceled, but it's just because of the weird way that we build it. Technically, I have access to the features till 2026, but with the way the plans work, there are some limitations of the free version. But I got to using it because it was one that was multi-platform. So since I spend a lot of my time during the day, at work on a MacBook, I was able to kind of bounce back and forth pretty easily. And you can just use it in your web browser. This is the application version of it that you can download, but it's literally like the same as installing a web app in Chrome. Like this is literally just a Chrome browser technically. We like it. It's just it has some flexibility in the form of like integrations you can do, for things like GitHub and Jira, Trello, that kind of thing. But one of the issues that we sort of found with it, especially, is that if you're going to do it as a group, yeah, like you have, if you're doing it as a group at least, it's way more limited on a free tier because you have like a certain number of projects, and then you have some guests, but that's not really necessary. So it becomes a little more expensive to do it as a group of people, but if you're looking to do it as an individual, it's not really a big deal. I stayed on the free version for a long time. But yeah, you can actually do more than one view. So like this is just a standard list view, but I could set this to like a Kanban board view. Like if this is kind of how you prefer to work in sort of this agile card view, you can switch the view on a fly. And then it can even break it down if you have, yeah, so like this is one of those things. So it has a calendar layout, but you'd have to upgrade to get it. So yeah, we're gonna use GitHub projects, and in fact, at one point we were gonna use Jira, but the thing we've found, and it's one of the reasons why we're trying to build our own tool, is especially if you're trying to work as a group, even a small group, while you might find some options that are free or low cost, those are inevitably like very limited. And like you can only have maybe one project, or you can only have so many users, or you can only have so much data uploaded. The big issue with we had simply doing GitHub was file size, like repository size. And when you're working with something like an Unreal project, like Unreal Engine, those can get big pretty fast. And even if the repository wasn't very big, which it wasn't yet, we were quickly eating up our like monthly bandwidth just off of a few clones back and forth. So it was like, this is a per user cost per month, and it's still kind of restrictive. If we have to expand, which eventually we will, if we add more people, this is going to get more and more expensive, and we're not making any money with it right now. So we've decided what we're doing now. We're making do with tools like this, but we're building an in-house one, which is not what I'm working on right now, but it is one of my other side projects. The first one's going to be a project management tool that can do this kind of stuff, the kind of stuff you'd use GitHub projects for. And then we're going to build, right now we're just using a self-hosted instance of Git, which is basically like a GitHub clone on a virtual private server, because then we're only paying for the server storage space. We're not paying per user. The bandwidth isn't really an issue. And then we will eventually build a secondary application that takes place of that lets the two connect. And so then that project management tool and that sort of Git management, VCS management, will connect, and you'll be able to create tickets and issues and stuff across the two, and reference commits and that kind of thing. If you've ever, and even if you just signed up for like a trial to kind of experience it, if you've ever looked into Jira and the Atlassian software, how Jira and Bitbucket work together and Confluence work together, we've had that in our day job, and that's what we'd like to get to. So that's kind of what we're working on. Whether or not it'll be successful is a different thing. But then once we're completed with it, once we have it working, we do plan to release it open source. And so other people will be able to, you'll have to self-host it yourself. Like, we won't provide hosting for it, but you'll be able to run it yourself. So, so we'll probably do like more or less like a release for free kind of model, but maybe like a one-time license for larger groups or for commercial use, just to let it form some kind of revenue. But like, we're not looking to create some software as a service. Like, that's ridiculous, quite frankly, and what drove us to this in the first place. So yeah, this is just how I'm kind of keeping my thoughts in a row. So right now, so actually, it's funny you mentioned that. You saw me move that. We were looking at Amios. We stopped looking at Amios pretty quickly because just in trying to add it into Composer, we ran into some version conflicts with some other packages. And so we are actually looking at Lunar PHP. That's the one we're currently planning to use, because there was one version conflict, but it was minor. What was it here? We've already got it included. Yeah, Lunar PHP core. Like, we're not pulling in the full thing. What I did is I basically have a fork of Lunar core. Like, we're not going to use their front end. But I did a fork of Lunar core here, and I made, it was like a minor version on a couple things, and so I made some minor changes to allow us to pull that in. And so that's what we're looking to use. And honestly, that's going to be a pretty last minute thing. I'm mostly looking at that as a way to handle if we do any like key sales, like Steam key sales and everything through our own site. But most likely we'll handle all that through those marketplaces. We might find a way to use that to do something down the line, but it was one of those things going ahead and just planning for it more than anything else. I would say mostly digital. I mean, I suspect at some point, right, like everybody ends up with merchandise of some kind. But at the same time, we have no immediate plans for anything like that. It was mostly looking at like license keys, Steam keys, that kind of thing. So that's why we're looking for any kind of e-commerce platform. And so Lunar Core looked like it was the closest to being updated. And that didn't involve like kind of taking over the whole application. I was able to just pull the core part rather than pulling the whole package. So that's what I'm going to eventually do. That's on my laundry list of things. I kind of just moved Amios down. I kind of just moved Amios down in my backlog rather than change it, because it's still something that needs to be worked on. I was just making sure that the package would all behave together. So all right, train of thought. There are certainly other alternatives. I was trying to kind of keep it all in one wheelhouse. Yeah. Trying to keep it all in wheelhouse. We'll see. I mean, we're not at any point that we're ready for that stuff yet. I just wanted it to kind of already be built into the framework of the application, like be planned for. Since I'm like the web developer of the three of us, this is kind of gonna have to be my thing to deal with eventually. So it's more of a future proofing. So let's see here. I need to figure out a dynamic way of doing that. Oh, and I while the yeah, Bagisto was one of the ones I looked at. I was like looking and comparing at the different ones, and initially thought Amios was going to be the way to go, but then was running into some issues with some versioning, and so just sort of stumbled down. And then I saw it looked like with Lunar that I could kind of just pull the core out of it without having to use all the front end. So I am since the last stream, I am now using Laravel Herd though to run the local version of the site. There was something I ran into. What was it I was trying to do with what the devil lamp what was that thing called that you showed me? Laragon. There was an issue I ran into with Laragon. It wasn't so much a problem with Laragon itself. It was getting do I have to pay for Herd? Not technically. You can do the basic site stuff without Pro. I did get Pro, but that was specifically because if you have Pro, it can spin up the services and stuff for you automatically. Like you can just add a database and everything in here. And it can integrate with, if you wanted to use Forge, which we don't, but we might look at using that to deploy it to our server. It can just integrate directly. But there was something specific I was trying to do, and I want to say it had something to do with PHP plugin or version or something that I just for the life of me couldn't get. Or maybe it was something with Nginx. There was a setting or something, and I was, for the life of me, it was giving me a hard time. And so I eventually downloaded Herd and set it up, and it's working fine. I didn't remove Laragon because I think it's still probably useful in certain scenarios, but this spun up easy enough. This one also has a built-in mail server for testing mail services. It says it can work for non-Laravel stuff, but because it's just effectively just a PHP server, but that's clearly kind of what they aim it at. And it seems to work. The only thing it doesn't like is my Node version on my PC. It's not the one managing it, and so I can't do that from here, but that's not really posing me an issue right now. Works fine on my Mac. I think it's just because I already had NVM installed, and I just can't really be bothered to undo all that. But yeah, I can't remember now what the hiccup was that I ran into with Laragon. It had something to do with a version of something that needed to be enabled, and it was not working the way I would have expected. And so I thought, you know what? I'll just try Herd and see. I had tried to use it previously for work on the work computers when I was having issues with MAMP. And unfortunately, at the time, unlike MAMP, the issue had to do with the way they were handling local administrator accounts and stuff and not being able to launch PHP. And so that was still an issue. And so eventually that all got resolved when I got them to give me a MacBook for work. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you kind of need Windows for some stuff. Like I said, my daily driver tends to be my MacBook, which is funny because 10 years ago, I don't think I would have ever touched a Mac. Or that would have been my standpoint. But like between battery life and portability, I mean, I have a Windows laptop. I have a high-end Windows laptop, and like that thing will die in like an hour and a half, barely doing anything. My MacBook, I can leave it in my backpack for like a week, and it's still got a full, like mostly full battery in some cases. So, you know, I found that that was pretty easy to use as my daily driver, but work was initially forcing a Windows computer on me and had administrator accounts really locked down. And they gave us, since we're developers, they gave us admin accounts, but we have to like sort of run everything elevated. And the problem with that in a Windows context ends up being that like some applications, if you run them as another user as administrator, while logged in as a different non-administrator user, Windows seems to run a lot of its applications in the context of the user, which then means it starts looking for things in directories that in some cases don't exist, which is what was effectively happening with things like MAMP and Herd, and pretty much any of them. Was I could run the program not as administrator, and it wouldn't be able to launch anything. If I ran it as an administrator, it couldn't launch anything because it couldn't find any of the executables because like PHP and everything was installed under the user context. So eventually got them to switch me to a Mac at work, which they still have locked down with a separate administrator account. But the difference is that I can just run the application as an administrator one time, and then it just kind of is able to do everything else. Like once MAP launches as an administrator, it can stop and start PHP all at once. Don't have any issues until the next time. Like basically, I only ever have to launch MAP as an administrator when the computer reboots, or I like log out completely for any reason. As long as MAP stays running, it can do everything it needs to do, and I don't have to worry about it. So, all right. So permission sets to a group. We've got. Tell you what. Let's go ahead. I don't think this is gonna fail. PHP artisan db seed. Let's go ahead and seed what we've got. Oh, nope, it did fail. What was it unhappy about? Because I'm adding... Oh, that's in my groups. Field list. Yeah, I don't have a guard name on... Was I trying to add a guard name on groups? Where was I trying to do that at? Well, this is where I was creating the permission groups. But... Oh. Yeah, no, that's... Those are just where I copied that. That needs to go away. Yeah, no. there were no guards for this, so that's left over from copying from permission sets. Yeah, because that's just guard name. So yeah, shouldn't need any of that. Orange Hill Ice Seed. Well, right now I'm only trying to seed permissions and not even like anything specific. Oh yeah, so like seed from an. Once I get everything created one time, this would probably be useful. But right now, I'm still working on the like structure. Yeah, this. I mean, this isn't necessarily, at least right now, a massive data set. I'm just working on the structure of. Yeah, we don't need this. Yeah, we don't. There's no guard names on these. So what I'm effectively doing is creating a permission system that is heavily inspired by my time spent with Salesforce. So what it's going to basically do is you have permissions, the individual permissions that you would expect to have in the application. And then rather than just straight up granting those to a user, by default, like permissions just, everything's denied. And so then you grant permissions to a user. Now you could grant them individually, but that would be inefficient. So you can add permissions to a permission set. And then once you have X number of permissions added in a set, you can give that set to different users or different roles to add those permissions in bulk. So like an example would be all of the sort of CRUD permissions, your create, read, update, delete for, say, a blog post type model would be added to a blog post management. So that's actually what I'm building this off of. So this is built off of the Spacey permissions, but Spacey permissions just has permissions. What this is doing is then allowing you to group those. You could technically, I guess, do that, accomplishing it through the roles that come with that, but that's something, again, separate. So these are things you could still assign to roles. And then what you would do is, if you've granted a set of permissions and you need someone to have a really customized role, rather than create a role just for them, let's say you have someone that, for the most part, they need like moderator level permissions on a bunch of different stuff, but there's a few different things that most moderators have that you don't want them to have. What you could do is create a permission set, and when you put the permissions in the permission set, they have what's called a mute. Basically, you're going to mute that permission. And what that means is you assign that permission set with the muted permission to a user, and no matter what other role, what other group that user's in, if they have a permission set assigned to them that has a muted permission, the muted permission will always take priority. So it will always reject that permission. Basically letting you sort of fine-tune a role for someone without having to have a million different roles. It doesn't make a lot of sense on paper, and it doesn't make a lot of sense with me explaining it, I'm sure. But and my very first time experiencing it, working with Salesforce, I thought it was asinine. But the more I've had to work with it, the more it has sort of made sense. Yeah, it's one of those things that's like you look at it and you're like, this seems like it's way overcomplicated. But then I find, especially in something like Salesforce, where like people need super specific, like you've got all these people that work in roughly the same job, but these people need access to this, but not this, and these people need access to this and this, that like you end up in like permissions hell if you're like trying to manage that on a individual basis. So that's kind of where the permission set stuff comes in. So what I've done basically is create a similar system here with permission sets and then permission set groups. So you can go a step further and group together several permission sets to assign them in bulk, especially if you have a bunch that are commonly needed together. And so what I'm doing here, like that structure, pretty much already exists. But what I'm doing here is working on seeding the default permissions into the system. Eventually, like admins would be able to create new permission sets and permission set groups, but they wouldn't create new permissions. Like you would have like the set number of permissions that exist in the application, and you would just find a way to piecemeal those together into what you need. And so this is just the seeding prospect. Like I've already created, what I did was I extended the permission, the spacey permission model to create this structure. And then what I'm also doing is creating a system, and that's where this comes into play, this permission attributes thing. I'm creating a system where that I'm basically doing with this trait that I'm calling access controlled, where when you do a seed of regular permissions, you have this handful of permission sets here that are permissions here that never change. But then what it's going to do is run through a system where it will, and that's not the base, it's not the generate permissions. It's going to find all of the models that have this access controlled trait, and then it's going to look for that attribute. Once it finds them in each one, it'll look for the permissions attribute, and then whatever permissions were put in that model's permission attribute here, whatever permissions were set here as true, it's going to create those permissions for that model. So like permission hyphen model name in the WebGuard. And then it's going to, in here in the permissions set, what it's doing by default is just creating a set for each model, basically. It takes each model, creates a management set for that model, puts all of its permissions in there. These are just for the basic default version. So like a user or an admin in future might fine tune these, but for them to just exist initially, this is how it's going to do it. So they're going to just add these managements for each model, add the permissions to it, proceed on through, and ultimately gets into the groups, where technically you would think of these, they could almost be roles in themselves, in that like by default, at least, they're going to seem more like roles, because like I'm going to have a super admin permissions group. Well, that's going to have all of the permissions that are commonly going to be needed for like someone who has a super admin role. All of the permissions commonly needed for someone who has a moderator role, etc., etc. But later down the line, an admin might decide, oh, well, this needs to change about this, so we could create an entirely new. These are just the default ones. So what I've went into right now that I was trying to figure out was I need to, before it was easy, I was just doing it based on model up until this point. But Now I need to just decide how am I going to dynamically tell it which of those sets and which of those groups, because sets and groups can both be assigned to a role or a user individually, since sets are the only way you can mute things. How do I tell it where to put those? So one example of the sets, and while you might assign a set to a user, even though you have a group that has that same set in it, is I specifically am having it create a unique band permission set. And what that basically does is it mutes all permissions except for the view any, because I'm effectively creating a shadow ban, meaning that the user would still be able to view posts, view things on the site, but not be able to interact with anything. And so what that will do is it'll create that permission set. Well, once that permission set is assigned to the banned role, no matter what other permissions come further down the line, you would not have to retroactively modify their role to keep them banned. It would basically just keep them in a permanent shadow ban by muting every single permission. No matter what other role they might have had at some point. Like if for some reason you had to ban someone that at some point had administrator roles, you wouldn't have a conflict. It would just immediately take priority over any other roles they were given. But right now, I'm trying to decide, like, obviously technically super admin should probably have access to everything. So it's like, okay, we'll just put everything in there. All right. Well, you know, admin probably doesn't have access to everything. Editor definitely doesn't have access to everything. That would be more of just your CMS user. The moderator would have more like control on like the forums. And your user's going to have mostly view permissions on certain things. So I'm just trying to figure out the best way to dynamically do this. When I was working on, I kind of developed this process when I was working on the project management application. And what I did there was a little dumber. I basically just predefined everything in JSON and was just loading it, but then that still meant that I had to like predefine what those permissions were, and it was time consuming, which is why I went this route. So I'm just trying to think of the best way I could do this. did not mean to do that. Okay. How are we going to handle the criteria for this? We need... I should have planned that out better. Yeah, I like this a little bit better than a lot of the other ones, especially because it has a dark mode. That, I mean, I could honestly do most of the same stuff pretty easily with the MySQL Workbench, but it's just scalding with how bright everything is on the screen. I'd rather have the dark mode. Yeah, I mean, I have data grip because I have the IntelliJ stuff. In fact, I was working in PHP Storm over the past week because I like it more than just VS Code. But I guess the most recent update has made it really, really crashy. It was just freezing for no apparent reason, like in the middle of doing something. I would just be writing something and then it would lock up, and the only way I could kill it was to go to Task Manager. So I was like, rather than dealing with that all stream, because I found some other reports about it, and I was like, well, first they were like, oh, you can fix it by turning off. Yeah, you fix it by turning off like the LLM stuff, and I'm like, okay, well, I'll disable those, and I did that, and it was still doing it, and I'm like, I'd rather not deal with that during the stream, so I'll just go back over to good old VS Code. It's a little, bit obnoxious, but not really great at PHP, but it'll be fine. I shouldn't have let it upgrade because it was working fine before it updated. Let's see. How would I do this? I mean, the band one's easy because it's just going to be assigning to the band group, but the rest of them... let's do a switch on the group name. That'll let us... because we've got the permission... Oh, I didn't define them as a thing. Okay, well, if I'd have defined them as a thing, that would have made it easier, but... not global to this. So I only did so far E6, so what the heck? What are you even adding to that? What? No, stop it. Craziness. Case. Do not. Oh, stop. There we go. Case. Editor. Oh, it did not put my... No, go away. Don't you dare. Case moderator, yep. Case user. Fucking bullshit. And then case band. Fuck. Making me so angry. I don't know what's causing it to do that, but it's making me angry. Alright. And then... Gee. So do... Is it default? I don't really know what I want it to do by default. Probably best to just have it do nothing by default. From a security standpoint, that's probably the best option. All right, well, we can go ahead and say that the band user add the band permission set to the band group. So that's going to be, this one was called, yeah, this one was just called band. So if group name is band, yeah, that should work, yeah. If group name equals band, band set, permission set where name is band, yep, first, yep. Since it's attached band set, that actually should work. Pretty sure. As long as this is properly created at that point, which it should be, because it's one of the first things that I should have it doing. Create band permission set. Yeah, create permission groups. Create band permission set. Add permission. Yeah, so it should be done before it gets to this stage. Okay. So then our user is going to, actually, before we proceed, let's go ahead and do this. It technically will already have the is banned permission because it'll be in the permission set. But just for the sake of argument, yeah, that should work. So just for the sake of argument, we'll go ahead and do that to set that one up. And we actually can do the same thing with our other roles. We can make sure that they always, if nothing else, have the specific role permission assigned to the groups. Yep, so that should work. That should work too. Use admin, yeah. Is there permission to the editor group to the permission where name is editor first? Yep. Group permissions attach permissions ID. Yep. That's looking right. Do we have his moderator? Yes. Is moderator is user. Okay. So that at least does those. We can also add the view any permission to the user group. I think actually this is going to be how they're labeled. Let's see. Okay, so got that. Operator band. Let's see. Actually, what we should be doing yeah, that actually is probably, that way we're not making more calls to the database, since we were already passing that collection. That's probably the better way of doing that. Permissions as permission, add the is editor permission to the editor group, permission name is editor, permissions attached, permission ID. Yep. Is moderator permission, subservice, moderator group. Permission is my moderator. Yeah. Let's see. Probably just do this as if, since we would need them to have everything, we could do if the permission set is not the band set. Add it to the group. That would give it all of the permissions, even if we add more permissions going forward. Technically speaking, we want almost the same thing for the admin. The main difference I'm seeing between admins and super admins is that the admins can't add, remove, or modify super admins. So generally you're only going to have like one super admin, and it'd be like the owner of the site or the application. So I'll be honest, this could still work for a lot of these others, except okay, let's see how this does on a seed. Okay, it did seed without any errors. Now, question then, oops, is, okay, there's our permission sets. There's the permission set permissions, so those are permissions assigned to permission sets. Our individual permissions, there are 80 of those. permission groups. Yep. Permission group permissions, really the only one getting added then is none at all. I thought it said we had a record. No, auto increment. Okay, so I don't think it actually attached these from looking at these. The permission sets got attached. But the groups, it doesn't look like any of the groups got anything attached to them. Potentially could look at doing this. Probably not. All right, let's take a look at, where is it? There's a log file. You know what? I should be able to do it here in Herd. Open log viewer. So I can see what the log says that it did. Okay, it actually claims well, it claims it did that because I have log messages, but those log messages happen either way. Yeah, because we're not doing any validation on whether or not it was successful. So it's during the adding process that it's not succeeding. Okay. That's fine. We'll get that figured out. I am going to take a quick break and go grab something to drink. I will be right back. I have returned. Okay. So, let's see here. Let's see, species permissions. You know what? Let's do this. Let's declare array to hold permission sets for each group. Do permission sets for group array. So then rather than having it immediately put that in there, add the permission set ID to the array. And then, once it's done with its for loop, it'll sync the permission sets with the group. That will work, I'm pretty sure. So okay. And then that one. Add that one. All right, let's try to seed this and see what happens. Okay. Let's get it to refresh. I'm not looking at the wrong database, am I? Okay, so it still did not attach them. Okay, well, I guess then what we need to do here is set something other than void. So let's make these bowls. And let's actually confirm the status of them. There, nope, not bowl, bowl. All right, so let's see. No, that's not confirming if it's successful. So does sync return a value? It returns an array. Except that's an array, so Okay, now let's try seat those. Huh. The permissions are getting added to permission sets, but nothing's getting added to the permission set group. Let's see. Let's see. How should we determine what we're this part's working. And it's doing the exact same thing. It's syncing the permission IDs. works fine. Why does the other not work? Okay, let's do that, because that should at least tell me if we're getting anything at all in those groups, or if we're losing it somewhere before then. Kind of give me a starting point on debugging. Okay. According to that, it's not even making it that far. No, in this case I was removing group name. We don't really need to do that. I am going to log the group name. Let's try to figure out where it's going. I mean, we don't know that any of this is particularly successful or not. make sure I put out another post that I'm still live. Not what I meant to click on. Log. Hey, we got something. Permission set ID and field list connection MySQL. Well, that's because I was trying to do it as set ID, not permission set ID in my migrations. So, can't I just tell it set ID here? Won't that work? Just be permission ID. That would be user ID. And this would be role ID. It actually threw that error up right there on the screen. I just didn't see it because I minimized the thing by accident. Okay, it ran without errors this time, but did it succeed in doing what it was supposed to do? Refresh. Yes, it did. We've got our variables assigned. Right there they are. There they are. Boom. Cool. So, permissions can be seeded. It's still not complete because that doesn't really add things as dynamically as it should, but it'll at least be functional for now. It'll make sure that as the admin, I have plenty of permissions. And then we'll commit that. Let's see. Check something here. Do something here real quick. Need to check something. Darn it. Come on now. Open that. Yes. And then give me a time delay. Let me do this real quick. Ah, crud. All right. There we go. Okay. Excuse me. All right, so we've got that part added. Yeah, I was gonna say those changes should be synced already. Okay, so we just need to make sure that the user account, well, the roles actually are the ones that get those. So we do need to seed roles still. The roles were probably created on that permissions table with spacey anyway, so we can just check that in here to confirm our tables. Information. Why does the role not have a deleted at, etc., etc.? All right, that was created here. Okay, well. This one's gonna be a bit of a mouthful. That's fine. Okay. Actually, I'm going to modify this one because I want this to be after the card name column, just for consistency's sake. And then not really adding actual owner ID, but I'm going to need to add, because it has created that, updated that. But it doesn't have that. And then we're going to do just copy these over from there, and that'll be easy. And then, yeah, it'll repeat the stuff that I did on the other one, which is exactly what I wanted it to do. Cool. That gives us that ownership stuff. That'll add the deleted at field. And then this can drop those, drop column, and drop soft deletes. Go and do a fresh migration. Let's see. Now we need to add. I am working on a community website for the development team that I'm part of. So we're going to actually have our website up and going where people can come and learn about what we're doing. So at the moment, I'm working on the permission system for it because it's going to have like a content management stuff, and it's going to have a forum because we are hoping to eventually release a project management tool that we're working on internally. So it's going to have a forum for both the games that we're hopefully going to develop and then our tool as well. And so what I'm focused on right now has been the permissions generation of that application. And just sort of customizing that a bit. Working in Laravel specifically. My microphone has a weird noise. I'm not hearing it, but let me see. I wonder if it's background. Is it picking up the fan? I got an idea. Okay, that doesn't kill it. I thought maybe it was there's an AC unit in here. I thought maybe that's what it was hearing. Let me see if I can feed it back through where I can hear it here. I think I can do this and not cause backfeeding. That may be there is sort of a background hum in this room because there is a server rack in a closet just maybe 10 feet from where I'm sitting. It doesn't sound like it's picking up unless I'm talking, though. So that's interesting. Let me see if I can adjust the sensitivity a little bit. Yeah, I'm also wondering if it's getting picked up on the GoXLR, but I can try it on the... Unfortunately, I'm actually not using OBS today. I'm using the Streamlabs one because it was quicker to get running. but I also, because of my XLR, it is all passing through as a stream mix into. Can you just open the actual panel, please? That would be great. Let's see here. It even calls it that in the, but the other problem is that my audio is not going through in separate channels to, whether it be OBS or Streamlabs. My GoXLR is mixing it all. Let me open. I don't think the app was actually running. Here. All right. Let me get this where I can hear it again. All right. Let's. Too high. Okay, so let's try here. Let's see, how is that? You can DS it a little bit. It doesn't appear to be ambient anymore, which is at least better. But I still hear it on my voice. Let's see. Is that any better? It actually sounds a little cleaner. Let's see. Oh, some of it too seems like it's like picking up more ambient noise if I'm further away from the mic. I may have to make adjustments to the boom arm. I don't know if I can really do too much with this without completely tearing it apart here. Let's try that. Can I already show something from the CMS? The actual website isn't functional yet. Well, I mean, technically it is. The CMS stuff. The closest you can really get, well, I don't have a login at the moment, so I'll have to create one here. Give me a moment here. Because I just did a fresh migration, so let me seed the database real quick. And let me make a login. Okay, I need this. Get that out of the way. That. So let's see. Admin should be working though. Yeah, so admin's working. Did I do admin CMS or did I do? Yeah, no, I haven't finished with the CMS. So right now, I don't really have anything specifically to show because I was getting the permissions done to control that part of it yet. But it's Laravel, so it's being built on Twill. So while I'm not using their front end, and that's actually part of the reason I can't show anything at the moment, like the reason it was not showing me anything there was because I turned off the Twill dashboard. But this is going to be what handles, this is the framework that's going to run the CMS aspects of it. So, can you go to, all right, okay, it's giving a, yeah, so used to be that I did all that kind of stuff with WordPress, but with all the just drama going on with the WordPress ownership and how they're handling things, I was like, nah, I need to get away from that kind of stuff. So we were already working on another project using Laravel as like an internal project management tool. So decided to start building the website off of that instead of using WordPress. So this is not mine, but this is the demo for Twill, and this is how Twill would normally function. So you would come in here and have your different types of, like, so I can define what these are. So in their case, they have homepage, work, about, you know, they have these different elements that they can feature. This would be almost the same login, but I would be defining what these things are and how they show up on the front end. So I'm having to build it effectively from scratch. Well, we've only got the one game that we are currently working on. And it's a um, inspired a little bit by Bloodborne, but more focused on like light mechanics, like light and shadow, playing with shadow to solve puzzles. But I don't have anything running on that because we started it as part of a game jam and we're actually starting over. We only just started working on this stuff like a month ago, probably. Now, technically speaking, the same group I'm working with, but not necessarily the same people, a different team under the same name. We worked on some stuff years and years and years ago, but we never released it. This was a group of people that we sort of all are, well, all but one of us have day jobs as programmers at the same company, and so we sort of banded together, decided to work on this stuff. We were originally entering into the last Pirate Software game jam, but we had, like, out of the technically 4 of us, but now 3 of us, there were like 2 that had some significant family emergencies come up during that time frame, so we didn't get to finish anything for the game jam. So we decided we wanted to still release it, and so we have been going back to the drawing board because we didn't flesh it out as much as we would like to in that time frame. The only thing I could really show, let me see. Give me a moment. Yes, it is me. Go ahead and sign in, please. Thank you. Need to get rid of that. Need to get rid of that. And that, because I don't need those getting out. So I can kind of show you what we've got on our design document right now. Our artist did not do this particular piece. We just grabbed this from Google. Image results is sort of a mood piece. But we are working on a game we're calling Umbra Forge. And I can go over a little bit of it. So the original theme that it was based on was shadows and alchemy. And so we were starting to, yeah, they can be kind of tedious to do, but it's kind of the only way to prevent scope creep. So we decided to try to play with dark versus light, since one of the themes was shadows. One of the ways we're planning to do that, and it's one of the reasons we want to go back and revisit this, because this was the original one we were drilling up at the time, and not the version we want to go off of going forward, is having a effectively like a light meter and a dark meter, and you have like two forms of magic that you can work with. And depending on how hard you lean into it, like the powers that come with the shadow sort of themed magic almost make things easier in a way, but have a lot of drawbacks. Have to actually find it's one of those things we've spitballed, but we haven't written down yet. Getting people in meetings when you don't have like when you're just starting off, so you don't have like funding, is tedious to say the least. But effectively we had a way we had. Let me see if I can find my note. Where was it here? Is it this? Let's see. So it was yeah, so you would like absorb shadow essences from defeated enemies, and that would be like abundant, so you'd be able to get that really easily, because the world is sort of cloaked in this shadow, and you can use that to build your shadow abilities, which are focused on like stealth and teleportation, but it creates like a corruption of the character, which we're looking at doing through like potentially visual or audio distortions, and then it also weakens your light meter efficiency, and that light meter is used for like healing type magics and purification stuff that you might use to clear puzzles and things like that. But that is trickier to fill because you don't just gather that. We're going to have you have to collect another resource and use that to purify your shadow resource. So you could theoretically do like an all shadow run or an all magic or all light run, but like the light run, to do an all light run is theoretically going to be a lot harder because it's not as damage focused. It's not as high defense, high damage. It's going to be, if anything, almost more of like a glass cannon situation. So we are hoping to eventually release it for Mac. We originally had to have browser support for the Game Jam, but we're not planning to stick with that because it was actually very complicated to do with Unreal. Unreal doesn't natively support it anymore, and so initially we're looking at PC, Linux. We might do mobile version if we can get it to run on mobile. So yeah, we're taking influences from Bloodborne because of its sort of gothic aesthetic. And then, but we're also kind of looking specifically at like the Warlock class in Dungeons and Dragons and how they sort of take tithes with demons to get their powers, because you're effectively taking tithes with this influence to get those shadow powers. So this is sort of what we're going through right now, but we need to restructure this because this was what we cracked out for the Game Jam, and there's a lot of stuff that we didn't flush out that, one, we probably should have, and two, that we want to change going forward. actually, I think it's been about, at this point, almost 3 hours of this. So I think I'm about to switch over to a gaming stream. Let me hide that so I can close some of this out. And not just flash all my stuff everywhere. Let's see here. Yes, we can close that. Close that. Specifically, looking to let's see. Need to update my stream information. Let's see. What does it call itself here? It calls itself Survival Horror. Does it have any content warnings I should be aware of? Let's see. Scenes of explicit violence and gore. But, going to have to probably change that in a second. Let's see. All right. Okay. So updated the stream information. Let's get this. Yeah, I've got a controller. Oh, so loud. Maybe turn that down. Tank controls? Oh god, no. Hold subtitles. What does that mean? Guess it'll make me wait. Or it'll wait to change them. Let's see. Do not want tank controls. That sounds awful. Yeah, we should be able to run some anti-aliasing. Oh, that's still really loud. Okay. The mid-21st century catastrophic incident unfolded along the western coast of the British Isles. Suspected bioterrorism attack of unknown origins targeting one of numerous British cities long since plagued by economic hardship and depravity. As panic swept the nation, authorities and private security firms raced against time to evacuate the fortunate few deemed high-value citizens to the neighboring city of Anos. Sprawling metropolis constructed atop a man-made landmass floating in the expanse of the North Atlantic Ocean. Fearing the unchecked contagion would spread, towering walls were erected around the western cities, sealing them off from the rest of civilization. Weeks of relentless orbital strikes rained down on what were once bustling urban centers, incinerating any vestiges of hope for those abandoned within the quarantine zone. 6 long decades have passed since the fall of the western cities. While many who suffered strive to forget, there are still those fighting for answers and justice.
So, Sasha, time to spill the beans.
Huh?
What's your trauma?
I'm not sure I get what you mean.
Come on, we've all got one. Signing up with an underfunded group of activists, pushing back against everything those fuckers hang over us. You don't make a call like that without some kind of beef. Personally, mine's pretty vanilla. They took my son.
Oh, jeez. Really? I'm sorry.
That's public schools for you. Kid fell into the wrong group, got offered a way out. He signed up 2 years ago. Hey, you coming?
Oh, am I walking too slow
Anyway.
for you? I don't think I've ever seen somebody walk so stiff. Very wide stance, too.
He signed up 2 years ago now.
I've heard stories.
Yeah, I raised him to be smarter than that, or at least I thought so. Fucking parasites always find a way in. Fill the kids' heads with lies.
I'm looking for answers. My mother was one of the kids that made it out. Her parents weren't so lucky. We all know someone screwed up. That much they couldn't hide. I'm just sick of no one being held accountable.
Right, hence this team. You wanted to get close, start at the source and work your way back.
Yeah, something like that. She passed 2 months back now. I guess this is just my way of making sense of that.
I'm sorry. It's an all too familiar story. We're among friends here. We'll get answers no matter what.
I hope so.
There are a lot of dead fish.
Hey guys, no Mark?
He said he was heading back here. Had to ask you about something?
Yeah, he's not here. I mean, obviously. Mark! Buddy, got a job to do here.
You didn't say anything else?
No, he just bailed halfway up the hill.
Yeah, I'll be around somewhere. Sasha, why don't you check along the beach whilst we finish setting up here? Kid's probably off taking a dump or something.
Alright, that's one way to go about it.
Sure, I'm on it.
Alright, so... What, you want me to go look for him? Press L. Why do I need to run? Is there something that should be concerning that I should run from? What are my ankles doing? Ooh,
Just don't go getting yourself lost
jeez.
too.
Good old-fashioned Resi screen. I'm glad I don't have tank controls on. This would be awful. Okay, nothing to investigate in here. Alright. Let's see. Well, the camera really wants me to go that way, so I guess we're gonna go that way. Oh, look, footprints. That's not ominous at all.
Mark! Damn. Where could he have gone?
More footprints. Going this direction.
Mark! Hello? Mark, come on! We've got a job to do!
I guess I have to go in the big crack. Great. That's awesome. Big, ominous, spooky. Oh, that's not good. You're not gonna comment on that? All right. Oh, but the camera's gonna show me. Cool. Guess that's in case I missed that. Oh, good. Yes, the claustrophobic crawling through the crack in the wall. That's always good. I like the very retro, obviously 2D texture for a background that they got there to make it look like it goes further than it actually does. Really inhabits those older.
Mark! You in here?
Those older horror games, like the older Resi games. Okay, it sounds like someone's deep-throating their microphone. Oh, that's probably fine, right? Yeah, that's fine. That's not a problem. That's perfectly normal. Gonna get jump scared. That's always good. That's definitely a good thing. Mika's apartment, 12 days later.
Meek, my guy pulled through. He's got the pass. You sure you want to do this?
She's still out there, Tax. Somewhere. Scared and alone.
I get it, Meek. You got about 24 hours before the clearance gets flagged. You missed that window, and I got 2 lost friends. My guy's waiting on the east sheet, Borough 7 near the underpass. Once he's flashed the clearance mod on your hover, he'll set you up with some blocker fluid. You'll need to take it when you're about an hour from the city limits.
That's cool.
I'll keep you on contact, but you know as well as me, anything happens out there, and you're on your own. Last chance, Meek. You sure this is the right call?
She's coming home, Tax.
She's not coming home. Probably going to have to reposition my camera. My face cam. 4 hours later.
Warning, severe weather conditions identified.
How would you see a thing out of this?
You think? What gave it away?
Several of my atmospheric sensors are reading concerning levels.
That was a rhetorical question, Beeb.
I recommend that we establish a safe landing zone with the utmost urgency.
It's alright, we will. We're about 3 miles out from where Sasha was posted. You think you can hold on?
There is a statistical probability that ignoring these warnings may result in an incident with fatal repercussions.
Yeah, that's always good.
Sorry, I'm unable to process your request. The root function
Beep?
termination is protected and will require administrator.
She got hacked.
Fuck, 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 fuck!
Test it. Woke to the acrid smell of electrical fire, rain pounding on the cracked windshield of my hover. Tried to call for help, but my radio couldn't catch a signal through the storm. Sasha was out there somewhere. If we were to stand any chance of getting out of here, I need an evac plan. I had to find a vantage point someplace high enough to get a signal through on my radio and call for help. This wasn't over.
Tax? Tax, do you copy?
Let's see. Am I going to be in the way of any of the UI? Okay, so you don't have a full screen window borderless, do you? Or I could just get out of that? No? Okay, cool. That's awesome. Let's see here. Probably. Oh, I can get out of it when I'm paused. That's good. Because I have a sneaking suspicion that it's going to be a little bit. Let's see. We're just going to move me That should get me out of the way of the screen. And let me just make sure I post that we've changed what we're doing. Let's make sure that my streams are updated. Okay, that at least appears to be updated. And, oh, that's gonna play audio. Kill that. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so that should be all right. All right. Cool. All right. So we should be good to continue. Appear to be injured. System critical. Yeah, I was right. There's like a little bit of UI element that looks like it's going to pop down in that lower left. So probably good I moved my camera. Do I have like an inventory or anything? No. Okay, you're just gonna pop up system critical, huh? I didn't have anything I could get out of my car or anything. Oh, nope, seek. No way I'm flying out of here. Okay, so there's not like anything I need to get out of there. Is there something in the recycling bin? Nope, can't run. Alright, cool. I'll just kick the rocks around. Anything in your bins? No? Alright, cool. Okay, got a camera, or a flashlight. Is there something on the ground there? It's just junk. Okay. Oop, there's a thing. Gross. Yes.
Thank God nanotech doesn't have a shelf life.
That's this? Alright, cool. Very retro UI. Okay, so tree opens with that. That's cool. Alright, now we're back to... Oh, look, we have the stiff robot walk, too. Cool. Oh, what was that? Did it do something? No? Oh, yeah. Okay, rusted shut. Alright. Gross. There's blinky things over there. Did this say I have a map? Okay, so that's clearly the way it wants me to go. So that's going to be a dead end, but that doesn't mean that there's not anything over there. Warning, stop. Am I just going to, like, fall over dead if I walk over here? Select Kotak from inventory to use.
What do you think you're doing? My husband has work in the morning.
It's just a precaution, Mom. All residents are advised to stay in their homes until further notice.
This is absurd. You have no right to tell us what to do. Just wait till my man hears about this.
Mom, we understand the inconvenience, but failure to comply will result in a blacklist for you and your family.
You shove your blacklist. Let me through.
Mom, state regulation requires you to be compliant in any and all mandated.
Parasites, the lot of you. Prisoners in our own damned homes.
Cool. So there was a secret of sorts. Huh? There still seems to be some semblance of power. Why does that door look different? Can I go in there? No. Oh, jeez. Okay, quick select for map and melee shooting, and I guess that's a quick turn? Okay, cool. I mean, oh no, I can do that with, that just like shows me, I guess, what's on each one. Some kind of mech suit thing. Ooh, what's over here? Nope, nothing. So, it wants me to go that way. Like, the paint kind of obviously wants me to go that way. I want to go this way. Gross. Oh, here's the thing. Found a thing. Observation report. This paper is covered with rows and numbers and dates. Some lines appear marked with a red X. It seems to be some sort of observation report, possibly monitoring the activities of various residents. Sasha's letter. Donna, you might want to be sitting down for this one. I took the job. I know how you feel. I care how you feel, but this is too important to me. Losing sleep over this shit. I keep it running through my head over and over. Each time, I keep feeling like there's a piece missing. You said you didn't understand, but I don't need you to understand. I just need you to know that this isn't about you and me or some one-way trip. I'm not going there to die. I'm going because I need to know something. Team's all checked out. We've got a way in an afternoon to find something concrete. We'll be in and out before you know it, and this whole thing will just be another job. Please don't hate. Okay, so this was like the last she heard from her sister. Okay, can't put anything there. Oh, that's good. That's good. Resident occupation ceased. Cause pulmonary embolism. Uh-huh. Okay. Gross.
going to find a way up to the roof.
Just junk. Step it. Kill the bug. Kill the bug. Yes, I squished him. Kill the bug. Gator House register has been added to documents. List of residents found in Gator House. Some names appear to be a moniker. This document must predate the Citizen EID scheme. Whoa. Okay. Schmumbler. Clab Infinity. Captain of... why do I get the feeling these are like Patreons or something? Or like Discord members, BZ's Lair. Yeah, this has the vibe of like Patreon people or something. I assume that's... yeah, that's just telling me that again. Okay. Staff only. Storage box locked with a large padlock. Maybe I can find a way to pry it open. So I need like a crowbar or something. What was the thing to turn on my flashlight again? Is it triangle? Nope, that's stomping. There it goes. It's got that Isaac Clarke stomp. Ugh. No. Oh, we used to be happy. Wow, that is... oh. 5-year-old draw that? I heard a footstep. Kind of expanding foam. I guess elevator doesn't work. Yeah, I think even if there was power, I wouldn't want to get in that, but okay. Locked tight. Guess we're going that direction. That's unlocked. Creepy, ominous red light. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's probably fine. footsteps are slightly out of sync, and it keeps making me think there's someone following me. So I don't know if that's intentional. It could be. But it does make it a little bit confusing. Hello? Gross. Didn't even catch what that said. Dirty plates. I'm not cleaning it. I don't think anyone expects you to. Oh. Lovely. Yes, please. There's something pierced through their stomach, you think. Got the wrong side of someone, nothing to lose. Oh, or they were just simply on the wrong side of the spear. Oh, same thing. Cool. Yes, no, we got it. Thank you. I thought maybe I could lift that or something. Seems to be some kind of call box. Hello? Tektroni video phone. These things were so bulky. Okay. So, okay, that's the way we came in. Do we have a map of this area? It seems like we do. And it seems like that's telling me how to proceed. Okay, so then... Okay, that's locked. That's locked. And this is closed off. It's trash. Trash. Alright, so... if those are closed off... you'd have to be pretty short to lie comfortably in one of these things. Yeah, I agree. Showers make more sense. I don't really do the bathtub thing. You'd rather not think about what it's clogged with. Is the toilet gross? Yep. No, thank you. I heard that. knocking noise. Oh.
Jesus.
Oh, fun. What was he like? Did he die jerking it? What the heck happened? Pancreatic necrosis. Body's hand. Take the room key. Okay. I bet that room smells terrible. You know, you're giving me quite a bit of ammo so far, and I haven't had to shoot anything yet, which is concerning. Newspaper article. Social enrichment charity Sherwood announces monumental investment to revamp Barnston's infrastructure and economy. Interesting. Let's see here. I'm gonna leave this paused for a moment. I'm hearing noises outside of this. I'm sure the animals aren't causing chaos. cats getting into dog treats and all kinds of shit. All right. Okay, so this is the way we were going. All right, that one's unlocked.
Babe, are you sure you're alright? You've not touched your dinner.
I'm not hungry.
Did you guys eat after work? Or...
I'm not hungry.
Oh, come on, you didn't take your lunch with you today. You have to eat something.
Get out.
What?
Take a walk. Give me some fucking space.
Honey, you're scaring me. Please tell me what's wrong. We can work this out.
I'm fine. I'm not hungry. I need some space.
Maybe this construction job wasn't such a great idea.
Take a walk.
It's raining out. Where can I go?
I said, take a walk.
This is our home. I live here.
Get the fuck out of my house.
It sounds like this stuff messes with your brain. Like straight up zombie virus. I am going to. It's kind of just there and obnoxious looking. To hide the chat box. Account. Track. That should look a little less jarring. Yeah. Oh, jeez. Yep. Just trash. More death. Can't tell me who he is, though. Yep. Just use this junk. Okay, now so that was, we picked up a key in that room. Oh, fun. Where was that coming from? Dial-up modem in here. Alright, who left the dial-up modem running? That is a hole in the ground. Are you gonna get up and move? You look, God. You look like you're gonna move. Don't do that to me, camera. That was terrible. Acute dehydration. Yeah, you know, that has the vibe of, I'm gonna get up and move situation. I really don't want to waste bullets. Okay, so I can't go that way. You really bother me. Alright. Well, it's the unfortunate aiming situation of this that I can't aim at you, I guess, unless I'm supposed to. Seriously, what is with the dial-up modem? was a dude banging on a door. I heard it. Okay, that's where I came from earlier. I heard the door this direction. Now, just out of curiosity, are those now marked as red? They are, okay. So if I check a door, it'll mark it as red if I can't go in. 2-2. I think that key I picked up was 2-3. 2-3. So that would be this one to my right. Oh, gracious. No. Now I heard banging on a door. So who was banging on a door? So I guess then we have to jump down to get to the next floor down. Because I haven't found 2.4 key yet. Okay, I don't like this plan. I disagree heavily with this plan. I hate it. That is a bomb. That's a bomb. That is a bomb. Oh, that is a bomb. Oh, good. Telephone's ringing.
Hello?
I picked that up before I heard it ring.
Is anyone there?
It's coming from inside the house.
You don't belong here. Should have stayed where it was warm, like little sparrow.
I'm sorry, who is this?
Patience, baby bird. You've barely spread your wings.
How is this line still active?
Some things refuse to die.
Why are you talking like that?
This is my home. This was always my home.
Right.
Layers upon layers. Concrete and dirt. Sickness till death.
Yeah, this is...
Watch out for the strays. They haven't had a proper meal in weeks.
creepy fucking robot.
Cool. Not yet. I'm assuming that's probably how I get out of here, since it's up against that exterior wall, and I don't want to do that just yet. Bomb. Bomb, 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 bomb. That's a bomb. Garbage. Huh. You know, why is it the children's rooms are always creepy? Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck? Hate it. 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 Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Although I really don't see how is this locked from the inside? Excuse the hell out of you. Why would you not be able to just open it from the inside? Some like Five Nights at Freddy's logic, where the doors use power to stay closed. If I had the right tool, so I don't even have the tool I need? Okay. Am I able to get back out of here then? Because I didn't pick up any tools yet. I don't have a tool. Fucking creepy ass room. Oh wait, I didn't go in here. Useless junk. Ah. Hammer. Still says pick up. So I use the hammer with bomb, right? No. Okay. portable battery. It's wired into a broken diagnostics device. Sure. Munitions. Stomp? Yes, stomp. Take. Take. There we go. The fuck is making that noise? I hate it. What is making that noise? They're gonna do it again. What the fuck is making that sound? In here? Hello? Alright. Fucking creepy ass room. The fuck is this sound? Thanks, I hate it. Well, that goes right up against the room where I was in, so... Something is beating on a door nearby. I think we found our friend. No. Do not want it. Do not want it. Do not want it. Do not want it. What was the button to do the switchy switch thing? Oh wait, it's holding. Yeah. Nope. Nope. I feel like that kind of just did a real... Hey, rude. Gross. Graduation. Celebrating a birthday. Looks like she's a kid. Can't be more than 3 or 4 years old. Okay, so she's 30 in that. It's university graduation. One of them appears to be heavily pregnant, so she would have graduated shortly before being 30. Maybe in her like, mid-20s. Okay, that says pickup, so I disagree. Date of birth. 25. So take that, so that would make her graduation date. So the child would have been in that photo, would have been 55, 3 or 4 years old. Would have been like 50 or 51. Okay, what is the... Are there other clues? Oh, here we go. Letter from First Plus Health UK. Covering Helen Bridges' new patient details. Date of birth, 2025. What did it actually say? So then like 20, 50. I'm doing it wrong. I'm doing it wrong. What is the current? Okay. And we said he was what? Three or 4 years old. And then in the picture, she was heavily pregnant. So that would make that would make twenty. 2055 when she was 30. So 2046. She would have been. Because if he was 3 or 4 years old on her 30th birthday. $20.52. Okay. I feel like you need at least one more clue as to like the current year, potentially. No, I mean it's pretty clear, birthday, but maybe something to confirm the boy's age. Because otherwise, I'm just gonna stand there and punch in like one of a couple of numbers. wasteful. How many bullets do I have? 11. Not very many. This may be a case of needing to quickly switch to a melee weapon to take them out once they're on the ground. No, thank you. No, thank you. Game. Hello, game. Did you lock on? Game. Game. I'm a little confused, game. Hello? I think I found a bug. Alright. Okay, well that's the no-no room. And apparently the dude's just fucking broken. Hopefully killing that thing's not like relevant to continuing, because oh good, I just get to hear that every time I walk down this hallway. That's fantastic. Super love that. There we go. It's weird that they seem to be all staticky in a way. It's kind of strange. How are we doing on ammo? 10 rounds. Didn't I see... Maybe I picked it up because it was outside that one room. A crate of ammo. Okay, that's the way I came from. whoever you are with your cheap viewers message, that is looking like junk to me. Yeah, brand new account. First message. That is we're gonna call that probably junk. Alrighty. So far, I found a bug. Weird creature that can't kill. I have keys now, so I'm guessing I can open the gate there at the end and go back upstairs. I forgot that door had not been opened. You want to come on out of there? Yeah. Come on, friend. Give you the old Dead Space stomp. Alright. Okay, well, since you so helpfully opened the store, let's see what's going on in here. Gross. I mean, you could step over those, but sure. Okay, let's see. Because I'm assuming... You know what? There was a locked one on the floor below, right? I'm assuming this key isn't usable on more than... Because this one's got this crap, right? Ah, cool. That actually... I didn't expect that to work. Oh, it didn't work.
Weird. It doesn't fit.
Okay. But it acted like I used the lighter, so I'm a little confused by that. Okay. Came in here, I think. So I'm a little turned around, I guess. Because I haven't found anything that can reach that key. Unless the hammer counts. And then I still need a way to clear the gunk out of that lower one. So I'm a little confused. It's like... Wait a minute, we killed you already. But no, we're below you. Aren't we? Yeah, we're right below you. Well, you're broken, so... Other than you breathing in my ear, which I don't appreciate, I'm not really sure what to do about you. Pull? Can I have the pull? There's a pull. A curtain rod. Can I have... No? Alright. I mean, maybe the hammer's the answer, but, like, I don't think it's gonna be the answer. These were all closed, right? No, the one at the end was open. This is the one with the hole. And the dead chick. That I really, really don't like. You know what? I have a thing to smack you with now. Alright, fine. Oh, maybe the club thingy works. Yes. I didn't even think about that. Okay, yeah, but like, do I need to equip this? Yeah, I have a thing. Yeah, that's why I have a thing. The makeshift club. Yes, I get it. You can't reach it with your hands. I have a club. Alright, clearly I am missing something. I'm clearly a big dumb dummy. Yes, I get it. I have a thing. Nine-inch. I feel like that's a joke. Okay, yes, but like, you're not giving me the option to go to my inventory, so I guess I don't have the correct item. But I haven't found anywhere else I can get anything. There's the bitch upstairs that's shrinking for no apparent reason that I can't seem to deal with. Alright. Let's see. I don't really care about any of that. I hate to have to look up a guide this early into the game. Walk through. Oh, it's freaking videos. No. I'm just trying to find... I don't want to know about the endings. Okay, you know what? Yeah. Okay, so clearly I'm supposed to do something else first. Hmm. Interesting. So no mention of that, but it seems like that key I can't get until later. But even without the key, it seems like I'm stuck. I got an enemy I can't kill, but she doesn't seem to be necessarily inhibiting progress. She's just obnoxious, I guess. So far, it doesn't seem like it spawns enemies in areas you've been through before for the most part, so probably good on that front. Now, notably, okay, it's showing these. Huh. I mean, maybe I'm supposed to leave here? Come back later? guess we can go. Because I still don't have a key for that floor. Which I assume is that other key, but it takes me to my inventory like I have something for this. Oh. So it was a combination of the lighter and the battery, I guess. Okay, but I don't have the key for it. It's weird that you let me use the lighter first. Oh, that's right about this thing. Okay. Gate key. I only had all the locks updated. The only resident that refused was that whack job in 14. We'll see if Super can do something about him. Anyway, keep this remapper somewhere safe. Next time you lose your card, just hit the master button, swipe in the spare room keys. Okay, so now I can get into all of the rooms upstairs. Presumably. And then that key probably unlocks that. Cool. Well, it's been about 5 hours, so I think it's probably as good a place as any to stop here shortly. So I'm going to make my way to this room up here where I can save. Cool. Alright, it's an interesting game. It had me stumped there for a little bit with the lock situation and that whole can't reach the key thing. Kind of a little stumped as to why the board doesn't help. I mean, I guess maybe it's not long enough, but it doesn't tell me that. It's just like, nah, you don't have the thing to do it. So I guess I have to come back to that later. But that's interesting. I do love the atmosphere. It's very atmospheric. The aesthetic is good. It's definitely embodying that old Silent Hill, Resident Evil, like 2. I mean, graphics are better, but like that even up to Resident 3, you know, vibes. Thank God you don't have to be stuck with the tank controls. That's great. But I will continue this either in another stream or probably in some like little just recorded videos. Cool. Yeah, it's very interesting. And then this whole retro TV intro is very cool. Okay, can you just let me yeah. Very interesting. It's a pretty solid experience. I guess I'd have my disagreements there with those first couple mechanics. But I don't think it's anything too concerned about. Yeah, I think we'll have to do that at some point in the future. But if I want to finish it at some point. I know I didn't really get that far. I felt kind of stuck there for a bit, but I think we'll get it resume later. Let's see. So I think I'm gonna call it. It's been about 5 hours, so gotta figure out when I'll stream next and make an announcement ahead of time.